Good morning. Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 8th, and it is the 7th day of the Karen Read trial, Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Remember, the Commonwealth is accusing her of hitting her boyfriend with her car intentionally, a second-degree homicide, and leaving him to die in the snow. The defense started their opening statement with Karen Read was framed, and their theory of the case is that this is a cover-up and that Karen Read is a convenient outsider. So when victim Officer O'Keefe of the Boston Police Department was found in the front yard of Officer Albert, also from the Boston Police Department, whose brother works at the Canton Police Department, that Karen Read is the one who got stuck with the charges for something that happened earlier in the night. The state's case has been moving along slowly. Lots of things remain unclear. The things that are not unclear is that this department in Canton, I was going to say Canton PD, and then my brain started to go other directions. This department in Canton, Massachusetts, does not process death scenes. They generally call state police to handle that. We have not gotten to the state police trooper that investigated this scene yet, Trooper Proctor, but Canton tried to process this scene because state police refused to roll out onto the scene because the victim had not been declared at the hospital yet. So they took what they suspected to be blood frozen in the snow in red Solo cups and put it into a Stop and Shop bag, put it into temporary evidence that anyone has access to, didn't seem to seal it with evidence tape or mark it in any way. And when the lieutenant who was in charge of that evidence was cross-examined yesterday, he said he didn't know what the procedures were for using evidence tape or sealing evidence, though he's the chain of custody in charge of the biological evidence that may or may not be from the victim, because we don't know that yet. I don't know if they were able to test anything that they found, given the way it was preserved. So there are definitely some evidentiary issues in this case so far. Today, we are starting back with Lieutenant Sergeant Ray on the stand, Lieutenant Charles Ray on the stand, who was just starting to get into the dash cam video at around 8 o'clock in the morning. What became clear to Canton PD is that the victim was Officer John O'Keefe. His girlfriend, the defendant, Karen Read, was also transported to the hospital on a Section 12 psychological hold. Her father apparently called that hold in, and police were like, yeah, sure. So then Canton PD knew that Officer O'Keefe had custody of his niece and nephew due to both of their parents passing away. And they went to do a wellness check on the kids, who at that time were 14 and I think 10. So younger kids. And they went to go do a wellness check on the kids. And when they pull up into Officer O'Keefe's home, the dash cam shows the back of Karen Read's Lexus at 8 o'clock that morning and shows damage to the taillight. That's where we're joining court back today. Who knows what's going to happen? Yesterday, the fact that a almost 30-year veteran of the police department was like, I don't know the process for securing evidence, actually hurt my brain, as most of this case has so far. But Law Nerds, you're here, we're here. Thank you all for the birthday wishes yesterday. We're going to get into it. Oh boy, it's going to be a long day in court. Thank you for your patience with me being a little late. Some days dropping my kid off to school is an adventure, and today I got stuck in country traffic. So anyone that doesn't live out in the country, for me, my definition of country traffic is getting stuck behind farm equipment on a 2-lane road, and that's exactly what happened to me this morning. Not much you can do except wait until it's your turn to go. So, with all of that, let's go to court. Oh, I want to answer 2 questions that I saw a lot of in the chat yesterday. First, I saw a lot of questions in the chat yesterday and some today about why Officer O'Keefe in the lawn is not probable cause enough to search the home. We do not have enough yet to show that they should have asked for a search warrant to connect him to the home. All the information that the officers have is that he was supposed to go into the home, but never did. So that's not enough to connect him to the home to have probable cause to just go into the home. They could have asked for consent. They could have knocked and asked some questions. In fact, law enforcement did go in to the home where the victim was found and talk to the residents there, except everyone that they talked to was standing in a room together, and they never asked for consent to look around the home anymore. Could they have done that? The jury's going to get to decide if they could have or should have. But I don't think they had probable cause at that time, but officers were in and out of the house at least 3 times that morning. So there's that. The other question I saw quite a lot was about Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter, who the defense accused of perjury. What has happened with that? The court essentially put a pin in it. And when the court put a pin in that, what the court said was, hey, we're going to come back to this later. The defense said that Caitlin Albert will be testifying. We'll see how that happens, or if the defense calls Caitlin Albert. I don't know if Caitlin Albert's a precipient witness in any way to this, or was at the house that night. If the state will be calling her to the stand, we don't know. So we will see what happens there, but we will also see what the court does with it seems to be voluminous amount of additional impeachment evidence. We heard the court kind of give a knee-jerk, this might be cumulative. I don't think it's cumulative, just because the witness, Katie McLaughlin, on the stand kept saying, those pictures look old, those pictures look old. And the defense said that they have pictures now from like 2021, which at the time that this crime occurred, January 2022, is not old. So showing a connection closer in time between or with the relationship between Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin, I don't think is cumulative, but the court has not made rulings on that yet. And the court has put that off for another day. So we will see what happens with those rulings, but we're just not there yet. Let's roll the intro and go into court. We're going to start at the beginning of the day. We're about 10 minutes behind. Don't worry, they'll go to a sidebar and we will catch right back up, and I'll try not to pause as much so that we can zoom. But today is a full day in court, so just get a snack and buckle up. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts. Not. Let's get into it. All right, law nerds, let's roll. Prayers for my power today as we get some dramatic weather here through Middle Tennessee. Let's fingers crossed, everyone in the path of all this new round of storms that went through yesterday and today. It's been a busy tornado season so far. Let's head to court. Let's see if they start with hear ye again this morning. It sounds like the court is talking to somebody.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. I have never seen another court start with hear ye, hear ye. I'm here for it. But I miss that this judge doesn't say,
bring the jury.
I miss it. The judge comes out like while the jury's on the stand.
Have any business before the Honorable Henry Canton, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Your name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated. Every time they say God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I'm waiting for them to follow with like,
can I have counsel identify themselves?
God save the Queen or God save the King or something.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good mornings all the way around.
Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Can't believe
Good
it's
morning,
day
Your Honor.
7.
Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Jones. This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everything.
It's a better start, which means everybody must have been on time and the lawyers were just ready to go. It's odd to me that the jury is in the jury box. The attorneys are there before the judge comes out on the bench. A lot of courts, the judge will check in with the attorneys and then bring the jury in. But, you know, it is what it is.
Ready to start promptly today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
I cannot hear for anything right now. I had boosted this sound. I'm going to boost it again because it is boosted and I can't hear. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. If when the witnesses get on, it's a bit better. Then we will go from there, but yikes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent?
So we're going to start with Charles Ray
investigation into this case?
and probably the
Everyone said yes or
dash
no.
cam that we were at yesterday.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, the court sounds really low.
Name, please.
It might just be because the judge wasn't at the mic. I can't hear you asking questions, Your Honor, but I can hear every sigh and breath that you, literally every breath you take. I just wonder if it's because she was not at the microphone, making it a little harder to hear her. We'll see what happens today. Chat, let me know what you're coming in with, what you're drinking. I've got a latte this morning. Yay. I needed it. A latte. That's all I got this morning.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant. Ms. Gilman, if I could have...
Oh my God, the sound is killing me. It's so low today.
And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video.
I might switch feeds in a little bit.
To this video, if you could just remind the jury where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass.
The
John
victim's
O'Keefe's
home.
residence.
And
8:23 in the morning.
Good play at this point. Now, Lieutenant Ray.
Victim and defendant are at the hospital at this point. That's delightful.
While this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your crew.
It's leading. It's fine because it's foundational, but you still said what, if anything, and
This
it's
vehicle
still
right
leading.
here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
What, if anything, does not make it
And
less
I
leading?
didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
I have since reviewed this video, and I can tell that there is
Okay, the objection sustained.
The defense is objecting
Continue.
because he's going
During
to
the course
talk about the
No, we just
tail
gotta
light.
ask the question differently.
during the course of your well-being check, where is it around the residence that you want?
we initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and we're seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
The kids were at their sleepovers, not home alone.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
What he was trying to point out on the video, and I don't know if I can, I can't really make this bigger, but if you look at the taillights across the back of the Lexus, on one side, the taillight, the red part goes edge to edge on the car from the, what is that? That's the left side as we're looking at the picture. It goes edge to edge. So you've got the license plate, the taillight, and then like the seam for the hatch, and then the outside part of the tail light. And on the other side, it is not all the way red across. That's all I can see. That's not snow. That is the tail light missing, presumably. So we will have to see as they get into it if they took pictures. I dropped my pen. If they took pictures of it. But on one side, you can see that the taillights are red all the way across. And on the other side, it is not red all the way across. That's what they're pointing out, because he is going to say, I then examined it at some point and it looks broken.
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes.
So that's what they are trying to point out. They haven't gotten there yet. The video kind of speaks for itself. And then he's leaving. I don't know if they have stills for this.
You can stop it there, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that, did you note within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there was 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Anything beyond snow, I imagine they're asking because because they're asking if they see any taillight fragments.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave,
Though that's not really what he was there looking for.
are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that Ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6.
Thank you, Ronnie, for the Stop and Shop evidence bag. I'll have to go to the Stop and Shop
Video 159.
next time I find myself in Massachusetts.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just...
I think we're getting to Ring video.
Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there.
I mean, you can see the tire marks consistent with somebody backing their car out at some point. Kind of perpendicular. And not the way they are parked now, which is the defense theory of what happened. No timestamps on this video. It's a Ring video.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next
They're
video
tying
on
it in
0.
time. They're tying it in time to the officer arriving.
Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's me exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
So we've got the timestamps on the
If you
cruiser.
could play through.
So I don't know if we need timestamps on this. Sharon said, just joining. Should I back up? No. No, we're basically here. So this is 8 a.m. What we know from evidence and partly from argument is that Karen woke up sometime after 4 a.m., started calling around, seeing if John O'Keefe, if anybody knew where he was. We then get the first 911 call in sometime after 5 a.m. At some point between there, Karen Reed left John O'Keefe's residence to go out and look to see if she could find him, drove back to John O'Keefe's residence and parked, called Carrie Roberts to come pick her up, and then they went over to the 34 Fairview location and found John O'Keefe, and that is where she stayed. So this car would have been back by 5:30 in the morning, so we're at about 8 a.m. So the Lexus, for those of you commenting on the snow on the Lexus is supposed to have been there between 5:30-ish in the morning to what this is like 8:23 in the morning. So 3 hours in the blizzard. So
Ms. Gilman, can I have Exhibit 5? And from that, could I have video number 18?
Stephanie, we don't know yet. I'm not confident until the close of evidence that there's not a thing or there is a
You
thing.
recognize what's depicted up on the screen now?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
One of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run
Coco said, do high-end SUVs have internal computer systems? Yes. That was taken from this car. Apologies to everyone's ears. The computer systems and stuff were removed from this car. We haven't gotten to that evidence yet at all. But the prosecution said in opening that she backed over a certain amount of distance, over 24 miles an hour, and that the backup warning system was working properly. The backup warning system in most more modern cars has a lot of bells and whistles and beeping and angrily saying, like, stop, there's something behind you. So we'll see. Yeah, I should have anticipated the doorbell ring. I did not. So. Mick of Time said, can we refer to it as a blizzard in quotation marks?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video, 19.
Jamie, I think this is going to be a large question in this case.
Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It looks like I'm heading towards from this.
I'm sorry, my brain buffered. Did he say where, if anywhere, are you going? Obviously, he's going somewhere. Why can't you just say, where are you going?
Vantage point to the right, which if you're looking at the house from the front would be the left. To see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Here's why I think this evidence matters to the prosecution is because the defense theory of the case is that officers planted evidence and framed Karen Reed. So I think they are going to go over every bit of video showing officers doing things so they can say, see, these officers show up for a wellness check. They leave. They didn't do anything. But at some point, it's going to get dragging. But I think they're trying to forestall the defense's case in some of this. We'll see how that works. Just because says even seeing what looks like a missing broken taillight, it could have been broken before getting to the Albert home. That's the defense theory of the case. And the defense says there is video showing that. The defense theory is that she hit it, broke it backing out of the driveway. I don't know if we know if there's anything on the victim's car to show that there was a point of impact at all. So I don't know. Colin said my favorite is still who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance. Yes, apparently they're autonomous now.
You can take that down and Mr. Officer, if we could have the light back on. Thanks, Curt. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left the residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe we went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Tracy, I have no idea if this car has auto brake. I do know that it's Lexus's like bougiest of the bouge SUVs. It is
I have no
their
further questions for this.
top of the line.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti?
Was Emily singing
Defense has
DMB?
no questions.
Always.
You are all set.
I'm sorry. We just need to take a moment. We need to take a moment. I've lost my applause. We just need to take a moment and applaud that the defense knows what, in fact, they need to ask about and not what they need to ask about. They're like, okay, so you have a dash cam video. Woo! I'm so thankful. That was the fastest witness we've had in this case so far. That was it. No cross. Who, if anyone, is next, Lolly?
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
I should stop guessing at how to spell names because I do it badly. This is going to be witness number 17. Why am I keeping count? I don't know. I just started doing it this trial. I was like, I want to know how many witnesses we get through. Witness 17. In most cases, not this one, but in most cases, the court would have said, how much longer do you have for this witness at the end of the day, yesterday, and have allowed the additional 5 minutes of testimony
Witnesses coming in, may we approach this?
Sure.
to not call this witness back. This judge stops promptly at 1, and I don't know if that's promises to the jury, if that's for the court staff, if that's other cases on calendar. So we'll see. For the chat that said we're neurodivergent, we like to count things. Yeah, it somehow makes me feel like I'm getting closer to the end of the prosecution's case. I would really like my questions answered, and it's really frustrating not knowing where they're going, and just sometimes it's hard to sit and wait for evidence to come in because, again, I think the prosecution at their beginning of the case hurled a bunch of puzzle pieces at us that are all the same color and was like, good luck, fuckers. And so it's real hard trying to piece things together. And the only reason I'm trying is to answer y'all's questions.
Why'd you step over there?
Please, clerk and jury. You solemnly swear the administrator of the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. I do. Thank you. Just need you to really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
Glad I waited.
where
I
do
would
you
have
live,
fucked
sir?
that up.
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Sir, if you want that microphone to adjust.
Stop asking people where they live. Just ask them what town they live in.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Katherine,
And how old are your?
So a civilian witness.
16 and 13.
And
I wonder if-
16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl.
I wonder if this is where the one of the kids was having a sleepover. Which should be pretty fast evidence to establish that the teens were having a sleepover. What these kids have been through absolutely breaks my heart. It's hard for me to even talk about. I don't know if it's harder because my kids are the same age. I don't know, but it literally breaks my heart. And it's the thing that infuriates me about this entire case is every family in this case deserves better than an officer of like 30 years who's like, I don't know how to process evidence.
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Now, your wife, how long have the two of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
Yep.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do?
He's very nervous. I
I
don't
went
think
home.
he should be.
Did some stuff with the kids.
It's probably emotional
And
for
during
him.
the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the two of you met?
Scout, our chat
We
is
met through mutual
in slow
friends,
mode.
and then our
Sorry.
kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Curt and Kerry.
And starting with Curt Roberts, how do you know Curt Roberts?
I grew up with Curt.
Where did the two of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Curt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation?
His face is going to make me cry. It's really early. But you can feel the emotion from him. And it's absolutely, chat. He is friends with the victim. He is friends with the Roberts, Curt and Carrie. They're asking a lot of these foundational questions, A, to let him become a little bit more comfortable, I think, and B, because the jury's going to want to know how everybody knows everybody, because it is a smaller community, but it also gives a little bit of context, but it lets him get a little bit more comfortable before they talk about, I imagine, the slumber party. So he is friends with Officer O'Keefe. Their kids are friends, and they all met through the Roberts, Curt and Carrie. Carrie Roberts is the one who went and picked up the defendant before they went back to 34 Fairview and found the victim.
To your 2 children.
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned,
Just gonna try to breathe through it.
starting with
I'm gonna
your
try to breathe
children
through it.
and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Katherine, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together.
For everyone who's at work, the chances
Friends.
of me crying is high. I'm sorry.
And your residence.
Emotions
versus,
are going to happen this
you're
morning.
Familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that? Is
Bishop Fan?
that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Turbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
Some of the
And
background
what,
is
if
to
any,
let him get
conversation
comfortable.
did, you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
Just the thing with a lot of criminal cases, most criminal cases, is everything's normal until it's absolutely not. Which is one of the emotional human side of this case. Is something we started with briefly 7 days ago, but have not gotten into again. I have said the entire time in this case, oh, that's a bunch of text messages. The entire time in this case that the heartbreak for the kids is just
I'm directing your attention.
devastating.
Show counsel.
So it's just absolutely devastating to me, the amount of loss these kids have suffered, and it makes me angrier as I watch this case. I've tried to rein in my rage with some of how this investigation was carried out, but again, everyone in this case deserves better.
I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
Just as far as specifically with reference to page, starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly and look up.
Lawnards, I also appreciate how protective you are of people's information
So
of where
I'm
the
going
kids
to
go to
instruct the
school.
jury on this. These are
It's already, I'm going to hear her instruction to the jury because I like how she does this. It's already quite well and public information. I appreciate your protectiveness. We don't have to publish it. We are going to zoom right over it, but it's well and truly known in the public sphere at this point, unfortunately.
text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerano or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay? Go ahead, Mr.
I
Mallory.
really like,
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
I really like the
Well,
way she lets the
beforehand,
jury
Mr. Camerano,
have
do you recognize
context.
what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th.
Correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit the full, essentially, elected exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I imagine they're going to also, sir, that's stacks of paper. Are those all the text? Lolly, are all of those text messages coming in? The entire binder? Wow.
Thank you.
Okay. That's a lot, but there will be someone who did the extraction to come in, I would imagine, Emily, don't say there will be.
Bring your
Because-
attention back to page.
Yesterday, 2 days ago, dear sweet child, you would have said that there's no way anyone would collect biological evidence in a solo cup. So don't say what they're going to do. You don't fucking know. They should bring in the person who did some of the extractions at some point. These shouldn't just be from this witness being like, hey, here's my text messages. So we should also see someone who did an extraction on the phones.
187 of that document.
We'll
Do you see
see.
anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation? On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, so just from page
Oh, yeah, those all look
187.
extracted.
My wife.
Yeah, those look
Your
like
wife
extracted
or
text
anyone
message. Oh, this is a deep cut to the throwback of the early days of the inner day.
John.
Chef
And your
Miku,
wife, John, and is your number there as well?
10 out of 10. This does look like iJustine's first phone bill
Correct.
when she was getting charged
So
for
essentially, that's a
twittering.
conversation between yourself, your wife, Katherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
The question I would fail immediately. Do you recognize any of those numbers? They're saved in my cell phone.
No, there's just three
sir.
numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission.
I imagine there's a group text
This for the jury to read as well.
to arrange the
Yes.
slumber party. But that's a lot of text messages. But I imagine there's group text arranging the slumber party.
Page 188.
It's interesting that they're admitting all of them. That's a lot of text. Like, I don't know people's numbers. I know, like, my mom's home number. Don't tell my mom. I don't have her cell phone number memorized. It's saved in my phone. Well, that's,
Ms. Gilman, if you could
yeah, that
just,
looks extracted.
Thank you. Read my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have?
They didn't redact the phone numbers. They didn't redact the phone numbers. I'm gonna take these down off the screen as we go, and we're gonna go audio only. It's the minimalist I can do, but this says congrats, that's great news between Mike Camerano and Katie Camerano and John O'Keefe. Internet.
Yes.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
So sorry, guys.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the pages for you, who was
It's still up
communicating
on
in
the
blue
screen.
bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife.
From within.
Oh no, I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
So there's a from and a to. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down.
They need to show them to the jury.
And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
I appreciate the camera person staying
It's
on
from
the
me.
witness. They
Yes,
need
we
to
did.
show them to the jury because the jury needs to
And,
tie them
if you
together.
could continue to scroll down.
I don't know if they need to show them to the internet. So I appreciate the camera person staying on the witness, and I hope that they choose to do that. Whoever's
And, again,
running the
from
pool, I
this
imagine it's
bubble,
Court TV.
Who is this from? and
I
what is
appreciate
it?
if they
It's
do
from
that. I
John.
appreciate that.
Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
I mean, for You know, the day started so great. The relevance of the
Again,
text
sir, the next
messages
bubble, who is it from and what is it?
is that the kids are having a
From
slumber
me.
party.
Yes.
Same news, I hope.
The next green bubble, what if anything does that say? And who is it from?
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And is that your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Mr. Cameron?
I mean, for all of you in the chat that have had your
Yes,
lives
next
turned upside
bubble,
down, you know that
who
it's
is
a
it
normal
from?
day till it's not, but it's like,
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue down. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
some of this, is not necessarily
and the next bubble,
relevant
know.
background.
who's
The
that from?
conversation about the kids.
From my wife, Kate.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
If you could scroll down again, please.
So for those of you who are asking how I didn't cry in court as a
And the
DA,
next bubble, sir, who is it from?
unsuccessfully
From John,
at times, particularly during victim impact statements.
no doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach you on it just to,
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't,
Mr. Camerano, are you able to see without these lights on?
He's got them in the binder.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
so, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to within the same exhibits.
Karine says it feels like we're being intrusive. The court process is intrusive. It's incredibly intrusive. I will just say, I'm going to pause this while Lally's looking for something. I will just say this case is the reason all courts should be more accessible to the public. People need to see what is happening in courtrooms. Casta Sass says, I cry when I feel any strong emotion. Me too. I can't help it, and it weirds people out sometimes. No, me too. Angry, sad, happy,
So just before we get
proud.
to that, on this particular day, January 28th, 2022.
Out it goes.
Where was your wife that day?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to,
I don't know why that
at
matters.
that time, what was her sort of typical work
I don't know why the
schedule
work
with
schedule
reference
matters.
to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on
I don't know why
Friday
that matters
evenings,
either.
what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend. Take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee.
That's
Typically
lovely.
on Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
Casey Cat, I've seen Court TV and Runkle's chat a couple nights, and they've definitely, the chat has let them know about the feelings about the fan. So it's kind of funny. I miss seeing Court TV in my chat during
What are you
the day,
asking?
but
May approach you?
I figure
Yes.
they're probably busy in their own chat.
So what I want to direct your attention to is the bottom of page.
They could come say hi to
156, as far
everybody.
as that box at the bottom, what, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on the next page?
Myself and John.
Yeah, they're
Sir,
friends,
if I
friends,
could ask you to
friends.
flip the page over to page 156.
What will matter is if
And,
this
Your Honor,
witness,
with permission, could I publish this part of the conversation?
and what this witness perceives as
Yes,
to
there's no objection, Mr.
struggles in
Jackson,
the
right?
relationship.
objection.
Because they're going to talk about the
Your Honor,
relationship.
for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 159.
Yes, it is a blacked out facts hack kind of a day. That's all we got. I
And so, Mr.
appreciate the camera.
Camerano, again, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as page?
Whoever operates the camera at Court TV, because I believe they are the pool. The Law Nerd chat appreciates you. The second Court TV, it seems, or the camera operator realized that the phone numbers were on the screen. They did not pan back to it and have not panned back to it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that
Correct.
so much.
And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you,
Okay.
or if it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, as if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it says.
So if you guys see Court
from
TV in the
JJ.
chat,
How did Kara do, by the way?
let them know.
And who is Karen?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
I imagine the phone numbers are not redacted to tie together a multi-party conversation
I'm sorry. May I?
because
Take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman.
because the jury needs
Turn
to
on
see
the
it.
lights, please. Thank you.
May I have just a moment with counsel?
Sure.
But if the whole point of this testimony is to get to the kids we're having a sleepover, we're like, there's a lot of faster ways to do that.
For the record, Your Honor, I would ask at this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not.
Yes,
seem to be
it was an I don't know answer. So
Thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
So the prosecution asked, do you know who this other person is in this text communication? And he's like, no.
My apologies. Directing your attention, Mr. Camerano, to what on 157 before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies for the floor. But with regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ. You guys around tonight?
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
Maybe.
From me, Kate is working. I'm around. Madeline Michael is going to the Loose to play with a friend.
And what is the loose play?
The Loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
The,
or something
the
happening?
play, there's a park down there. Activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next
He
bubble.
was going to play with his friends before the storm. Because, right,
And,
there's
who
no
is it
bad
from
weather,
and
just
what
bad
does it say,
clothes.
sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor's?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ. Everything okay?
And if you could.
What
scroll down to
time?
the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
What time? What
And
time
again,
was
Who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. And then fair to say that one's blank.
wait?
So as far as no text, but may have been something.
Yeah. And go back to the microphone or
Most courthouses are located in city centers, which is also where the fire and police department are, which is why we hear so much of this around
Has no text to it, is that correct?
courthouses.
Correct.
JJ.
and now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
Absolutely.
JJ is victim John O'Keefe.
The next bubble below that green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is a hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And And where is it located?
In Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The blue bubble on the screen, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
For those of you asking, JJ is how he referred to John O'Keefe and how he was saved in the phone.
From Johnny. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And again, the blue bubble on the screen, who is it from and what does it say?
From me. I am leaving in 10.
And please scroll down again.
I hope when I fade her down, you guys,
Okay.
Hold on one second. Just so that they know.
I hope when I turn the fader down, it turns down the court for y'all. I think that it does. I hope that it does. So he is referring to him on the stand as Johnny and sometimes JJ. In the Celebrite extraction, it says JJ.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ. Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Thank you for telling me the fader helps.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
I'm not a sound engineer. I just play one on the internet.
Yes.
You're welcome.
For those of you asking, the court reporter does oral stenography.
Mr. Camerano, with regard to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you?
Stenography is tremendously difficult on the body. It is the carpal tunnel issues from just typing in that position. The oral stenography seems to be physically less demanding, especially on the hands and wrists. So this court reporter takes the record by the oral stenography machine. I have not worked with stenographers that took stenography that way. I think it's brilliant. We saw that a lot in the Murdaugh case.
Leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen Reed?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with her, and who, if anyone, was she to Mr. O'Keefe as far as you?
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's sitting right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
A year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
A year.
And as far as you were aware,
That's the
where
judge.
Mr. O'Keefe lived,
Breathing
Ms.
into the
Reed
mic.
lived there as well?
Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
And would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house. Maybe at Fields.
The school.
Now, with reference
Not the bar.
to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame.
Yep.
In the time period around, say, the
He needs
leading
foundation.
up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversations do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
Anything specific that you can recall?
No.
Nope. That's the end of that questioning.
Now, when you arrived at the house, or typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at the house, where did you go?
Into the house.
Yourself and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me?
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just
Planning.
really excited for the girls.
Yep.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And
This
where
is
did you
background for whatever comes next.
We went down to McCarthy's.
go? And is that CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
I love the way he said
How far
that.
away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, were there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
And as far as
Oh, Lolly, for fuck's sake. Because of the what now, sir? We know that there's a snowstorm. We know if there's anything that we know that there was a snowstorm. A what now, sir? Chat, we are beginning to get into, and I can see the way the prosecution is presenting this case a little more clearly now. I mean, an opening statement, what else? We went through the first responders that took the victim to the hospital. Then we went through what the first responders did that took Karen to the hospital. Then we went through the crime scene being preserved. Then we went through the video getting to John O'Keefe's house. And now we are going to what John O'Keefe did that evening up until he ended up at 34 Fairview. And this is the first witness to testify to that. What did John O'Keefe do before he died? And this is, they went to McCarthy's. Then at some point they go to the Waterfall. I imagine at some point he goes back and gets the girls and takes them to his house. But we are going to talk, we are now getting into, went to the bar with John. Karen was supposed to meet us. We shuffled the cars around. And then we're going to, I would assume, go through the timeline with all of the civilian witnesses of what, and video probably from the bar, of what John O'Keefe did that night up until Karen dropped him off. I imagine that's what we'll be doing today and tomorrow.
Snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to?
Hopefully that helps.
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
I've never heard that before.
I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry, the blizzard. The blizzard. I should have just waited till he
I'm
paused.
just trying to remember which is which. I would ask
Same.
that Ms. Gilman be allowed to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
So now we're getting into ring video.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for video number 145.
Because they pre-marked their exhibits, so they all have them internally referred to.
I'm sorry, if you could pause it right there. Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's up on screen?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. If you just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Camerano, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him,
Give him the bird.
I always
Give
knew
him
that he
the
was like
bird.
watching.
Just say it, sir.
And do
I
you
would
know
wave at
how
his
he was watching
camera
if he-
or give him the deuces.
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Come on, man. Just say it. I love it. We're not judging. It's a sweet friendship. They were maintaining communications. I also think because his daughter's in the video that Court TV is choosing not to show it, which I appreciate. He didn't say giving him the bird. He said I would wave at him and give him, and then he cut himself off. So I filled it in with assumption, and I'm hoping that it's true. However, I would do the same thing. Sarah said, Emily, if you don't flip off your friends, are you even really friends? I
If you
mean,
could just pause it there briefly.
not in my
Now,
circle.
Mr. Camerano, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've
Fuck
been there
off is a
plenty
term of
times,
love.
correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up, up
So
and
there's
down.
2 garage doors.
So some of us need
They
things
go
to
up
be
and
in
down,
order, or
and
we
there's a
will
door.
lose them. It's just part of how
Just
our
a
brains
single
work.
entry door.
On the left, as far as the left door.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what, if any, other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what, if anything, was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond that.
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
Keypad is so helpful.
At the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage,
Key
how
codes are
is
so
it that you
helpful.
get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps,
Also, I will just say from my life experience, it is my impression that for a police officer to give someone a key code to their home, this is not just a friend. This is a very close and trusted friend. Not everyone is going to have that key code. When you look at professions that take personal safety very, very seriously, I would put law enforcement at the top of people who are very, very protective of their property, their homes, and who is allowed in them. So this is not like a friend and our kids are friends. This is my homie friend. This is a very, very close friendship.
And go into the door. What part of the house are you in when you went?
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to
It's
the
like
garage.
sharing your location with
How did
someone.
that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
Shoes are disgusting.
And as far as shoes were
I'm glad there's
concerned,
somewhere
is
to
that
put them.
something that you wore inside the house? Or
He'd rather you not.
Because shoes are disgusting.
and that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the
Especially when it's snowing. Shoes need a spot. Do you wear shoes in the house? He'd rather you not.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Agreed.
Your Honor, with regard to the next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 49.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, this would relate to Exhibit 6 and it's video number 148.
Yes, I need it to be more of a cultural norm here in the U.S. that we just take off our shoes at the door.
And
Shoes.
with the court's permission, may I publish that?
I don't need the outside, inside.
Yes.
And I don't care whether that outside is like streets of New York or a city or, bugs in the country. There's a place for shoes. Ours is in the mudroom. The car shuffle. So this is John moving his car so that Karen can get into the garage. This witness's testimony was they shuffled cars so that it would be easier for Karen to park in the garage because it was going to snow. It's a very considerate thing to do, to be like, no, it's going to snow. You need to park in the garage when you come over.
It was just up on the video, sir. It's just up on the screen as video number 148.
But that car
was,
looked
what
pulled
you
further
were testifying
down.
to previously, as far as moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that evening.
Correct.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car, did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes.
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would typically wear a coat?
No.
And ever? That you can recall?
Never that I could recall.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
The car looks like it's still pulled up pretty far, but that might have been where it is. The other videos we've seen have it snowing.
So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
No.
yes.
Thank you. The car in the driveway in these Ring video cameras is the victim's car. The victim and this witness,
Now,
his friend,
at some point after you
left to go
arrived
to
at
the
CF
pub.
McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joined you?
McCarthy's.
Kurt,
And that'd be Curt Roberts, is that
correct.
And how was it that he came to CF McCarthy's that night, if you know?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he
We're
was
at the
busy.
pub.
He was doing something that I
You coming?
texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at CF McCarthy?
He showed up, yes.
And then he
about
showed up.
How long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Curt show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Miss Reed appeared at CF McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Miss Reed?
I don't. Exact.
Closed captioning immediately was like, nope.
Now, with reference to that establishment of CF McCarthy's, are you aware or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
You've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Not always things you want to talk about in court.
Surveillance video from CF McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
So
And
what
there's no objection, Mr. Jackson.
There's none.
we are getting into is the timing of what happened earlier in the evening before the victim died. The victim and this witness, his friend, left to go to CF McCarthy's. Then they texted Curt Roberts and said, come to the bar. He's like, I can't. And they're like, yeah, you can. And then he did. That was my words. And now
with court
this
permission, I would seek to
is going to be
publish,
the
portions of that
surveillance video from that
for the
bar
jury at this time.
to show
Okay.
how everybody's dressed. This is before Karen
Ms.
Reed
Gilman, if
joins
you
them.
could, from that video,
Adina said, are we going to get any
the first,
trials without the puss being mentioned? No. At least there was no gorilla grip in this one.
if I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes or so.
The local bar. I love the wood. It's a narrow bar. Like the
If you could
actual
pause it
bar.
just there. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camerano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
CF McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that in.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the
Like
establishment?
it looks like a
Yes.
neighborhood
Could you direct
corner
the jury's attention
pub
to where that is?
to me.
And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play. And then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walk.
When we're not
Okay.
a when if at all.
If you could.
If you see yourself come into the frame, let me know. When if at all. Ugh. And he's laser pointering people walking into the door.
I'm sorry, Mr. Camerano, you're directing with the laser pointer to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe what you're directing.
That is me, and that is John.
So he's coming in and hat.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
All right, we're going to see all 9 minutes of them coming into the bar. And we see the victim in a black hat and like a gray hoodie with black sleeves, white writing on the hat, black and white Nike shoes, jeans. That's the hoodie that's been described as a hoodie, as a zip up, as a jacket, as a bunch of other things. The black hat, we don't know where it is. All right, I'm going to answer some questions while we're watching this video of them just sitting down and hanging out. Cindy Y, thank you for the gifted memberships. Hazen Chandler, thank you for the gifted memberships. Iron Rabbit said, is today going to get snarky? I mean, with me, yeah, it is. Thank you, Danish Doll. J. Michael said, Emily, gotta say, Starbucks lemonade was awesome this morning. Boba Pearls. I know, I saw they released something new yesterday. There's not gonna be time for that for me this week until we finish trial. Heather, thank you for the belated birthday wishes. It was a good birthday. I joked with my kiddo that Famous Birthdays added me and wished me a happy birthday. And he's like, they put up a video of Mr. Beast. I'm like, all right, kid, that's it. That's it. Tracy Fagan said earlier, if I was state CSI, I would not accept it. We're talking about the evidence in the solo cups. Matt Bond, happy late birthday, Spiffy. Legal mumbo jumbo talkie sister from another Mr. Say hi to the floofs, Matt.
41 seconds or so.
Okay.
So with reference to Steve McCarthy's, you went there, had some drinks, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for the two of you?
Yes.
And do you recall was that from the tap, a bottle, or something else?
From the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe would drink?
Bud Light.
And do you recall specifically that's what you had that night, or that's just what you would typically have?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at CF McCarthy's that night?
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of in relation to each other how much you each had to drink?
Not maybe 6 beers.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate, one for one.
Okay. So essentially you're buying rounds as you go along.
Correct.
The shoes
Now
are black. They have like a white sole, but the shoe is black. So it just has a
from
white sole on it.
Your time at CF McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the
Mari asked if it's
tone
important we know the
sort
type of beer. If there's a
demeanor within the group that you were in?
receipt or something, yes.
Pretty good.
How was the group's
no
demeanor?
arguments,
Good.
No fighting, anything like that? You recall?
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to
Are there
take this
tears?
down and go to
Excuse me, Mr. Lally, are there tears in his clothing later? I have questions because we haven't gotten there yet.
the third video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6 minute and 10-second mark through the 7 minute mark.
I imagine this is when the defendant gets there.
Now, Ms. Camerano, directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were within your group sort of that night at the bar, if you could just direct the jury's attention to who was who or who, if anyone, anyone you recognize in the video.
I'm going to move me,
Curt,
Roberts.
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it for me. If you could pause there, please. Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes,
And from a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed,
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered the establishment or came into the bar?
yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at CF McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as the straw, fruit, anything
Some of
like
this
that?
is going to go to the DUI.
A straw, maybe.
And what, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
And as far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now,
There are receipts from some of these bars that show what people are drinking. I think they're trying to forestall the argument that she was buying drinks for everybody because if they're drinking beer and she's drinking vodka soda, then the receipt reflecting a bunch of vodka sodas or whatever and their beers will show she's not buying vodka sodas for everybody. So I think that's why they're asking what everybody's drinking so specifically. But remember, y'all, this is the first bar they went to. There was a second bar they went to later in the night. I don't think the glass that was found in the snow came from this location. I think it came from the Waterfall because that's where they were at last.
thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, from this same third video in this exhibit of the CF McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark, pause there. And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds, so just about 15 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down for now. So Mr. Camerano, you indicated that your son was at Luce Elementary School for a play of some sort. Is that correct?
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go that day?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else, was
He was skating.
Does it
A
matter?
little potty.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skate, he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And
Okay.
at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave CF McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went
That's why it's
to go
relevant.
get him.
That's why it's
And
relevant.
do you recall about what time that was that you left CF McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Curt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Curt left?
Curt just got up and left.
So sort of a Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
That's something he's known for?
Yes.
I mean, you save a lot of time that
When was that
way.
in relation to when you left?
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry. not
What's
too
the
soon after, not too
absolute
soon-
opposite of an Irish
I
goodbye?
left after probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Curt left.
The Midwest goodbye? You're there for 3 hours saying goodbye? I'm going to start Irish goodbying. The Midwest goodbye, I'm like, they're like, you were leaving. I'm like, an hour ago. I was leaving an hour
Of course,
ago.
permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish
And then I stayed.
segments from this.
Okay.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the fourth video. Fourth one down.
So for those of you asking, what is the Irish goodbye? It's just leaving.
And if I could ask you to.
You just
forward
leave.
About 19 minutes. And
No
40
conversation, just versus your traditional Midwest goodbye where you say goodbye to everyone, have 3 more conversations, and then an hour and a half later you maybe kind of could finally leave. The Irish goodbye is just like, wait, where'd they go? And then they're just gone.
seconds. You could play.
But it explains why he left the bar if his kid got a tooth knocked out.
Pause it there for 1 second. Now, Ms. Camerano, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
And do you know his first name or anything beyond this, Sully?
Sully, I don't know his first name.
And how is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age?
Correct.
And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the 3 of your kids?
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be there?
He just happened to be there.
It's the local bar.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and just run to about the 20-minute mark or so.
So you can see Karen sitting there chatting with Curt Roberts in the white
Ms. Gilman,
hat
If you could
and
move that
the
forward,
plaid.
again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds.
We're just zooming through the night at the bar.
And if you could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds. Or so.
At some point, I really hope the prosecutor clears up what time they got to the bar and what time they leave the bar. Right now, if
And
the
so, Ms.
camera's
Camerano,
correct,
did you see yourself in
if the camera's correct at the bar, it says 21:55 at the bottom
that portion of the video?
at this
Yes.
point.
And you know what you were doing at that time?
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
And then you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. Now, Mr. Camerano, you
if
left there and went to
the
pick up your
time's
son, is that
accurate.
correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go from there?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, did you park in the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Here, that's the text. Here.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see at McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Bless you. And at this time, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152.
Spacey Casey in the chat said, I text my kids, I have arrived. It makes them laugh. I like that much better than just here. I'm going to go with that. I have arrived. They're showing Ring camera footage. I imagine it involves the 14-year-old daughter coming back out to the car. So I imagine that's why we're not seeing it on screen. I appreciate that choice.
Ms. Gilman, you can stop there.
The MMA or the M Mad Hatter said, mother has arrived. I might use that too.
Now, from that video 152 that was just up on the screen, sir, can you describe for the jury, excuse me,
Jury.
just as sort of what was going on in that video?
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all three of us.
And where did you go from there?
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe
That you were
and/or Mr.
leaving.
Reed that you were leaving to go pick up your son.
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
There's another bar room.
Is that the Waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
You familiar with that
That's waiting.
establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to CF McCarthy?
Across the street to the left, if you were coming out of C.F. McCarthy's.
Walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
And you leave, you get your son, you pick up the daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, do you do with your phone?
Put them on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference to?
In the kitchen.
And when, following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:36 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
One phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone. What, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen, and missed calls from my wife's work.
Oh.
And when you say missed calls, are we talking?
Oh. His wife, the nurse? His wife, the nurse at what hospital? Oh, no.
About one call, several calls?
Several calls.
Any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
His wife works overnights at the
And
hospitals.
What, if
He
anything,
didn't say
did
which
you learn
one.
from your wife at that time?
My wife said to me that
Okay, sustained.
Hearsay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
It's not going to be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's going to be offered for explanation of what he did next. The wife, I imagine, told him they brought John in. They did not ask. They did not ask which hospital his wife worked. To my recollection, they said his wife was a nurse and worked overnights on Fridays.
So, Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that she tells you?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
She just, she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
From Karen.
Okay.
And
So I don't
based
know if
on
his wife was at that
your
hospital. She
conversation
might not
with
have
your
been.
wife, about
But
John's
calls
niece
from
and nephew, is that
Karen.
right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes.
And so based on that information, what is it that you do next?
I realize that Kaylee's home
after
alone,
6
so
a.m..
I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean off?
I cleaned the snow off the front
Snow.
windshield.
Snow, Lolly. Snow.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or the one?
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors, so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. The door.
And at some point, how did you get the...
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
And how many?
2.
And whose vehicles were they?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the driveway?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking
Correct.
about?
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
I mean, I imagine his adrenaline is a 10 out of 10
Your focus was
at this
sort of on the
point.
garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
If I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
He's doing a really good job trying to keep his emotions together. Talking
And Ms. Gilman,
about,
if I could have,
I figured when
from
my
those,
friend got
first
home,
starting with
he would hate the
video
snow in his garage.
155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158.
Some of this we might not see if if Kaylee, the teen niece, is on it. We might not see that footage.
And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
And is this sort of when you're pulling in to get Kelly?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you again, if you
This
could
is
just direct
outside.
Reed's attention
This is
to
after
where
about
you
6
observed
a.m.
Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it.
So that's the Ring camera footage after 6 a.m. He went to go pick up Kaylee. So Kaylee didn't have a sleepover. He went to go pick up Kaylee after the missed phone calls because Karen had called his wife. His wife works overnights as a nurse. Karen had called his wife and said the kids are home alone, or Kaylee's home alone and something else, because Karen left sometime between around 5 a.m. So Kaylee was still there. It was clear that Karen wasn't getting back to the house because they section 12'd her. I'm glad she was able to call a friend to go pick up Kaylee from the home so she wasn't alone when she found out that her uncle had passed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156.
So they're getting into another Ring video. For those asking why isn't some of that hearsay, it explains his action. It's not offered for the truth of what Karen said or the truth of what the wife said. It's offered to explain why he went to get Kaylee, because it doesn't make sense that he's up at 6 a.m. out of nowhere and then he drives over to John's house and takes his niece. That doesn't make any sense without the explanation of why. So what is the noise? Wind. So that's why it's not hearsay. It's an exception to the hearsay rule. Thank you, Cast Iron Mama. Happy anniversary to you. All right, now we're seeing some of the Ring footage. Move me out of the way. So that is the witness's car, the white car, the defendant's car, the large black SUV, and then the other dark colored SUV towards the top of the screen is the victim's. And he's shoveling snow, as he said he did when he was trying to get the garage door to go down. At that point, sadly thinking his friend was going to come home, and he wanted to be a good human and put his friend's garage door down because he knew he would be mad if there was snow in the garage. I'll talk about that at the break. That's the wind on the Ring door cam.
Last thing, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to answer that when Lolly stops talking. Okay, one more video. PJ asked, did she, Karen, call police hospitals before calling friends? Friends called 911 and the hospital. We heard that on the 911 call a few days ago. I don't remember which friend called the first 911 call. I think it was Carrie Roberts the first time and Jen McCabe the second time, but I would have to go back to my notes on that. but the friend said I'd called hospitals. I'm calling you to see if he brought in anybody drunk. Because they were calling Canton to see if Canton had picked him up for some reason. And Canton was like, no, we haven't. So those phone calls were made, just not by Karen. Karen called the friends to ask, have you seen him? So Karen's car had been out and driving at after 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and then stayed there parked and the rest of the time until she came back.
So, Mr. Camerano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury? Is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
Thank you, Nose Tracy.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. We get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they were hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John had passed?
Yes.
So you took
Paul's
Kaylee
in
to
the
house on
audience.
Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
You can hear him trying not to break and still give this testimony.
Thank you
It
very
just
much.
is heartbreaking.
Mr. Jackson?
I imagine we'll see a gentler style of cross-examination with this witness than we've seen with law enforcement witnesses. I imagine it will be a
Camerano, just a few questions.
very different.
You and your wife did
style.
spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you have considered John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
He had the
mentioned
door code.
this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
So all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay. To make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
matriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
It's an odd way to say it, but
Your daughter
okay.
spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You
Correct.
liked Miss Reed.
Correct.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. They would just banter together.
I guess so, yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that, stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes. Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Ms. Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described a situation in which Ms. Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Can we define
You would agree there are worse things in the
expensive
world
sweater?
than spoiling a child.
Correct.
I'll let it stand.
She bought
You never heard Mr.
the niece a
O'Keefe
nice sweater and took her to get her nails done, and they would
Yeah,
bicker
yeah.
over the spending of
Breaking up
money.
Ms. Reed.
Not that I can recall.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video, and you explained what was happening in the video, where some cars were being jostled around.
They weren't really
That was
jostled,
Mr.
Alan. They were
O'Keefe
shuffled.
Actually moving his car to facilitate Miss Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow. Is that right?
Correct.
And the
I would
idea
definitely
was
bicker about that.
That weekend,
There wasn't room for me to get in the
he
garage
intended
in a
that
snowstorm.
Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Alan,
Yes.
the point's been made. Also, I could absolutely see after
You
what
saw a video
the
that
niece and
Mr.
nephew have
Rowley
been
played
through,
for you of
telling
moments.
John
There's
to,
several
to
videos, but I want to direct
chill
your
out
attention to
about
memory.
spending money on the kids.
The video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yeah, what's the
Yes.
objection? She
Um,
came over and like gave him a kiss on the cheek.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Did you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They
It's
kissed.
the video stands for itself.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hugged each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and
The
Miss
video
Reed
does stand
sort
for
of nestled
itself.
into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her.
Yes.
Okay, they seemed happy to see each other. is what I
Yes.
You didn't observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
Matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that
Follow
you knew
a very
them
good point.
to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's
I think he can go to
passing.
what he
Would you
knew about
describe
them
their
fighting and what
relationship
have
to be
you.
Normal, as far as you knew it to be.
The timing helps.
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
That seemed like it was
All
very
right,
hard for him.
jurors,
and he
why don't
did
we take
a
our morning
great job
recess? We'll
at-
take 15, 20 minutes.
15, 20, just,
Fold and close your notebooks, placing them on your chairs, taking your belongings.
all right, I'm going to see how far behind
All
real
rise,
time
jury
we are.
out.
It's so interesting that the bailiffs are like, all rise, jury out. Like, Hear ye, this court begins very formally, and then all rise, jury out. You guys take a stretch break. I'm going to get us caught up to real time as we paused quite a bit through that witness, and I was late at the beginning because farm traffic. Oh, the jury's not back from break yet, I don't think. All right. You guys take a stretch. I need it. So, as we take a stretch break, court is not back yet. We are still on a court break. Let me go ahead and change the pinned comment that we are now on a court break real quick. Court is on morning break. For those of you asking if it's a full day, yes, it is. It is a full day today. There will be lunch around 1 p.m. local time, which is Eastern Standard Time. Why didn't that pin? Why are you? There we go. Why are you being salty with me? I'm going to turn the court's volume down a little bit so I don't scare myself when court comes back. If court volume is low when court comes back, remind me that I turned it down. All right, let's do a quick summary of where we're at for the morning, and then I will get to some questions as we can, and we'll go from there. All right, let's do a little recap as best I can of the morning. This morning on day 7, it seems that the prosecution is starting to get into the events the night that John O'Keefe passed away, or night into next morning that John O'Keefe passed away. We have started with what seems to be one of his very close family friends who talked about the fact that their daughters were very close, that their sons were friendly, that they spent almost every Friday over at the O'Keefe house, that he has known defendant Karen Reed for about a year because she was dating John O'Keefe, and that they were very close. Their kids were close, and he had a code to the garage door, the side door of the house, to get in and out of the house, and that they went over to the O'Keefe residence, himself and his daughter, that evening. The girls stayed at the home, and then John and the witness went out to a local bar, CF McCarthy's, and there they started drinking. Karen Reed met them, and then Curt Roberts met them, and then another individual that they kind of knew from kids playing baseball together who just happened to be there also kind of joined their group. We saw video from CF McCarthy's of them drinking together. We saw Karen Reed come in and, give the victim a kiss on the cheek, and he kind of patted her back and went through a lot of the points of time of that evening and them interacting together. That is a much longer video. Of course, the entire video will be entered into evidence for the jury if they want to watch the entirety themselves down the road. The prosecution just highlighted bits and pieces showing what the victim was wearing and how they were interacting together. Then it kind of gave us the timeline of why that witness left the bar. His kid was playing like backyard roller hockey with friends and got a tooth knocked out, he said. The status of the tooth remains unknown, but he left the bar around 11 p.m., went to go pick up his son at a friend's house, went to go pick up his daughter at the O'Keefe residence, and then took them back to his house and went to bed, charged his phones, and went to bed. He was awoken the next morning around 6 a.m. with the phone ringing, saw that he missed calls from both his wife and Karen Reed, and then called his wife back, and his wife asked him to go back and pick up John O'Keefe's niece at home because she was home alone. At that point, he didn't seem to know much of what happened to John or much of what was going on with Karen, but at that time in the morning, Karen, I believe, was at the hospital from the timing, which is tough because the prosecution hasn't tied the timeline together well. And there's no timestamps on the Ring doorbell footage, but John was at the hospital, and I believe Karen was either still at the scene or at the hospital. So they went and picked up the niece and took her back home to be with his daughter. At some point later in the morning, he took John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, back to John O'Keefe's residence because John's younger brother, who testified first in this trial, called to let him know that John O'Keefe had passed and asking to bring Kaylee back to the house. So that summarizes really what we saw of the beginning of the evening. I imagine we will get into more civilian witnesses who line out not just what happened at CF McCarthy's, but then what happened when everybody went across the street to the Waterfall, who they saw, and how it ends up that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed go back to the location where he is ultimately found. I think that's the line of testimony we're getting into today, which will give us hopefully more of a timeline of what's going on in this case. Hopefully that summary helped. I'll get to questions as we have breaks. Court is coming back now, and now we'll be kind of caught up in time. So let's get back to court. For all of you coming in, hopefully the summary helped. Hello, Fred.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
You threw up on my
John,
desk this morning.
call Miss Katherine Camerano.
And that is the wife of the last witness. I imagine this will be shorter. Well, no, I can't imagine anything. It's lolly. This should be more summarized testimony about what Katherine knew and the conversation Katherine had with Karen Reed. This is witness number 18. And yes, when I got to my desk this morning, Fred had puked on my desk. So I cleaned that up before I streamed. Delightful.
Slide right up and close to the mic.
Nice and close to that microphone and speak nice and loud.
Fred's looking at me like I'm an asshole for calling him out.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
He's the one who puked on my desk.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name?
She doesn't sound thrilled.
Katherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And
She doesn't even know her husband gave their full address on
Probably about since 2005.
during
maybe,
his testimony.
20 years.
Gonna have more to be mad about.
2005, I think.
and who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl.
And the 13-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Boy.
And
We already know this. He could just ask, who's your husband?
Activities are concerned with your kids. Do they play sports or do they do other sorts of
He
activities?
could just
They play
ask,
sports.
who's your husband?
Yeah.
Did you see him leaving this
What
courtroom?
sports does your 16-year-old daughter play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
Some of those choices might be to allow the witness to get more comfortable.
What, if any, sports?
Hockey,
Claire does?
hockey and baseball.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years,
Ask
actually.
him, Lolly.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married?
Now,
20 years? 20 years. 2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
I appreciate that her necklace has 2 M's on
Starting
it.
with the Friday.
Both of her kids' names start with M's.
Were you working that day?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
That makes sense because then
And
her husband
around
has the
this
kids over the
time
weekend,
of, January 20th.
and she has them more during the week.
When you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like a Friday night?
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
They had a good Friday.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you referred to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John O'Keefe?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out
the
probably 2018, 4th grade. the boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Yes,
Correct.
some of those are leading. No, the
Now,
defense isn't going to
With
really
regard
fuss
to,
with it too much.
His
It's
niece Kaylee
already
and
known.
your daughter, how did they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade, or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline.
They've been
Basketball team,
a shit ton
fourth
together.
or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends attached at the hip.
And then they went to junior high.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they the same age as well?
They played baseball together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house.
She
Correct.
was at
You
work.
knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Ave?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and do you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of your family?
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were going to hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were going to potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, around specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them and their school?
They had just got into Bishop Vian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th. They were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop Vian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, like
Beyond sort of, if you could sort of, beyond sort of.
Using the plural as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his
Interplay?
kids, and he have with regard to you?
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together. It was like a well-oiled machine.
I love that
Now,
because
through,
look, I'm gonna stop pausing in a minute, but John O'Keefe became the guardian of his niece and nephew when his sister passed from cancer, and then her husband unexpectedly passed 2 months later. So he was thrown into having his niece and nephew as a full-time now parent, and it seems that his community and this friend really rallied around him to make sure that they had a well-oiled machine. It's just a lovely thing to see. But it also reminds how much is lost in this case, which makes me so angry about the testimony, some of the testimony we've seen about these officers being like, I don't really know how we preserve evidence. It's just so frustrating. So I love that these two men were like, hey, you know, we're my two dads on the weekend. Let's roll. It's just an incredibly lovely thing. And there is just so much lost here that deserved much better.
Friendship with Mr.
It just makes me
O'Keefe, at
so
some point
mad.
Did you come to know someone by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the way.
Yes.
And how hard is it
With
for this
regards,
community
to the defendant, Ms. Reed,
and these friends to be here at
prior
this trial?
to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
So
Right.
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah. Yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else to live?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
Camilla, thank you for sharing. That's a beautiful thing. Camilla said in the chat, my best friend passed away in February. I
And so
promised her I
during
would
the
look
course
over her
around
children
this
as my
time of
own.
January
So now I work
2022,
along with her husband as a
general
teammate,
time,
and we
about
have
how
another
often
friend
did
who
you
helps
see
along.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of at a game or at your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of it?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy
You could just
show.
ask, did you socialize?
I would socialize with them.
About
What
how
kinds of
often
things would you do? Would you
Well, the
socialize?
kids were around
What would
mostly,
you do?
but-
How often?
Maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now,
Tessa, every witness that knows the defendant will
at some
identify the
point, did
defendant
you
in
become
court.
aware
Yes.
that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Got to make sure you're
Yes.
talking about the same person.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
Does it
And,
matter? We
at
saw
some
the
point,
testimony from him.
You're still at work. You're working an overnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and your kids, they came home at some point.
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house.
I saw them.
So I know when somebody opens the door, I can check at work and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed. And if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point,
I've seen a lot of
while
questions
you were
about
at
who
work,
has
you
the niece and
received
nephew
a
now.
call
I
from
don't know.
someone.
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you?
What did
when
she
called
say?
you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No,
Molly.
no, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "Where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something else?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And in response, I imagine she said
what, if
something like,
anything, did you say
what are you
in
talking
response?
about?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
It does when they don't answer the phone, doesn't it?
You're at work when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning labs, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m.
Nurse life.
Somewhere early
As far
morning.
as this sort of screaming, as far as where's Mike, what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
I hope they'll cover the rest of the conversation
Now, during this sort of
about John not coming home.
initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call?
There were multiple calls.
I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes. I don't know if he's going to show her testimony, grand jury testimony, or what, but she got a call from Karen Reed asking, "Where's Mike?" Because Karen knew that John and Mike had been together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she thought maybe they had met back up.
Paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Or not. So for those of you just coming in and asking who this is one of John O'Keefe's good friends, the John O'Keefe's niece and their daughter are close friends.
I didn't know if that was Yep.
And Karen Reed called her looking for John.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sometime between 4 and 5 a.m. She was working overnights as a nurse and getting ready to draw morning labs.
After reading what I just placed,
The only one who's given us a time.
What, if anything, you heard in the background?
Yeah. I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what?
Kaylee is John's niece.
Call Michael. And
at any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called
It's so
your
stressful.
husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called
Cursed.
either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background that someone had called Jen too.
Jen Roberts.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep.
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background?
Yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone...
Like it sounded, sorry.
No. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline.
Oh, sorry, Jen McCabe, not
Yep.
Carrie Roberts.
Did you know her personally at all?
Sorry, guys.
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
Madeline is
And
her daughter.
At some point you were talking to...
Jen McCabe is her daughter's basketball coach.
Kaylee on the phone,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying to Kaylee at that time?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're going to go out looking for him. I think she said they were going to go out looking, or she's going to go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
Now,
Fred.
the second phone call, you're talking
Stop
to
fretting.
Kaylee, and you can hear the defendant talking to
This
Ms.
one.
McCabe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Did you hear one side of the conversation or both sides?
Fred
of
is
the
fretting, Chad.
conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I don't. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation in addition to that?
I've been cat fluffed.
I don't.
It's my fault.
And
Should have let him go where I wanted to go.
While these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation
She's
to
like, I was getting ready to draw morning labs. All
I'm
of the
trying
shit
to
hit
like
the fan.
in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out
And her
to the
husband's not
desk,
answering
out to
the
the
phone.
patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone, and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe?
Nurses are
sort
good
of
at a
her-
lot of things.
And by her,
Managing
Kennedy's
high stress
demeanor while
situations is one of them.
you heard her on the phone.
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're sort of you're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth between patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that point?
I talked to Carrie Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital, and then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Carrie Roberts. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Carrie Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin, so I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
Amanda Lang in the chat asked, who is Mike in relation to John? Mike, her husband, is one of the victim's best friends. The kids refer to them as Mike's dads because they spent their weekends together at kids' sporting events. This witness, Katherine, works weekends and overnights as a nurse. So John and Mike would do all the weekend stuff together with the kids, with sporting events, and seem to be each other's community and support system.
And before I do that, I just need to show counsel.
And this witness, to me, just seems deeply, deeply sad. In all of this. Binder full of text messages.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that box, white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation?
Yes.
That's a text conversation?
I think these are the ones we saw earlier.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as
heard about earlier
participants within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And
the group text.
JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep.
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
My text messages to him.
Those are the text messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the 2 text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Camerano, you had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know why he, okay. I don't know why he didn't just do it while he was up there, but all right. Tamajen asked, question, are witnesses allowed to watch testimony like we are watching you? No, not until they've been dismissed from the sequestration order, which means after their testimony and they are discharged. But
Yeah.
no,
In that
not
document, do
before they
those seem to
testify.
reflect the calls that you had between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
That's to refresh recollection. Cleopatra and others in the chat have asked, what am I drinking? Looks refreshing and healthy. I'm drinking a bit of AG1. No, it's not sponsored. Yes, it is green and has vegetables. Don't worry, I'm eating donuts next. It's balance. All right, while they are up at sidebar, I'm going to see if we're behind time at all, and we can zoom to catch up with the live feed, which I always try to do, and I'll answer some questions
May I
as
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll
we
open
get there.
to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
So she's refreshing her recollection
All
of
right,
the
thank
text
you.
messages between her and the defendant. Of course, this witness's statements are allowed to come in. She can testify to them and be cross-examined. The defense's statements are allowed to come in because she is a party opponent. So that's where we're at. But bringing in the time of the calls is very helpful.
I'm showing that to you, which is now been marked as Exhibit 51. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would request to publish that to the jury on the screen.
Okay.
They're going to publish it. We probably won't see it because the phone numbers don't seem to be redacted. So they're going to have to talk about it. Lauren asked a question. Are the witnesses sequestered? Okay. Sequestration has kind of 2 meanings in this context. But the sequestration I'm talking about with witnesses means they can't hear other witnesses. They can't be in the courtroom till they're done testifying. I think it's why John O'Keefe's brother and sister-in-law went first, so they could sit in the courtroom the rest of the trial. It doesn't mean they are physically in a hotel room. It just means that they can't be in the courtroom, listen to other witness testimony until they're done and cleared. Hopefully that clears that up. I should have bought Dunkin' Donuts this morning. I didn't. I prefer a cake donut. So I've got mini donuts this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Kim.
Destiny
Thank
said,
you,
can
Madam
they
Court
watch the
Reporter.
trial online? Not unless they've already testified and been cleared. No, they can't.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could please just see if you could mark that just a little bit.
Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Just before we get to what's
Mr. Lally does
what's
need
up
to
on
keep
the screen,
his
is that what you have before you as Exhibit
his
51?
Yes.
No, Ms. Camerano,
voice up.
starting from sort of the, as far as the order of these, do you see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on and
I mean, that's all leading,
time and
but okay.
chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to
Sure,
the bottom of the
I guess.
box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of.
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the box above that, number 5.
It looks like I called
That's helpful.
her at
The times of the
4:56
phone calls.
on 129 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
That's very helpful. So it seems like the first call from Karen to this witness was at 4:49
Yes.
a.m.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Tanya asked, why is the prosecutor not connecting
Now,
with the witness?
Respect,
It's obvious she's having a hard time with this. We have no idea how this witness feels about testifying at this trial, how she feels about the prosecutor, how their interactions have gone before this. We just don't know. So I can't answer that question. I don't know. It really depends on the nature of what has happened in the past. And we don't know because we're just sitting here watching.
Camerano, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The timing on the calls was helpful. I hope the timing on the text is helpful. And again, the defense is reviewing this to see
Camerano,
exactly
showing you
what he's talking about.
Asking if you could
The
just
defense already has all of
look at
this.
that
This
and
isn't
look up when you're finished.
new to them. Oh, Milky Way, thank you. Milky Way said, no offense to Court TV and Law and Crime, but I'd be asleep right now if it wasn't for EDB in the chat. Look, we have the best chat. Some people want to watch the trial without commentary.
What's in that document?
Yes,
Some people
What do
don't.
you recognize it to be?
it's my text to Karen.
A place for everybody.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also, similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes,
And who does it state?
it's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I
That's
approach
this
again?
witness.
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, then.
So I'm glad there's a place for everybody. Commentary, no commentary, my commentary, other people's commentary.
Camerano, returning what's now
This chat, no chat, y'all get to pick.
to you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
Janice said, I'm so angry Canton cops didn't push state police for help, even if it was for materials to collect evidence. State police wouldn't have come out until victim was declared. I'm frustrated they didn't call back.
Now,
It seems
this
after
Camerano,
victim was
if I
declared.
could,
and ask
direct your
again.
attention to sort of the content of this. There's blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from?
I'll get to
who the
that when we have
message
a break.
is
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
to? And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the bubble, who the text is from, and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking.
I have tons of respect for the pool camera operators not showing what's put up on screen. They caught very early that these phone numbers aren't redacted and stopped showing them on their own. Mad respect for that choice. That would have been a producer and the camera operator like on the fly making that call. So glad that they did. Glad that she's going to read out the chat, but that's why we can't see what's up on screen.
Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
So to Karen, are you okay?
And this next bubble.
go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next level down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
And if you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Carrie and Jen.
And this is the text that you received from
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
Oh, times. Finally.
I can't read that from there. 5:53,
Fair.
does it say?
I can't read that from there.
3 a.m., is that
Fair.
correct?
I can't read that from there is the answer. Me neither.
5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
So that's just before 6 a.m.
Um,
Y'all know that.
okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting Ms.
I'm
Reed.
texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving?
Literally what I would
Mhm.
ask after somebody called me hysterical.
Why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
Because she was so hysterical. I didn't want her driving.
Literally me.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could, scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, if Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
Sounds like a
and
phone
then
in the
any
courtroom.
response to these from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those texts.
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The next message, ma'am.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming.
And the next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
What
And
time's
was
that
the
at?
text you sent at approximately what time now?
6:34.
Thank you, Lily.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next.
We know what's coming, and it
Then-
sucks feeling it coming.
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah,
What, Karen, are you serious?
that's a blue bubble, your response to her last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
Time.
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
So I'd seen a couple questions in the chat about why I put this witness through this. They need the text messages in. The court process is not easy. It's not easy on anyone. It's not easy on victims, witnesses, defendants, parties. It's not easy. But what happened to this victim and what happened that night and the conversation with the victim or with the defendant the next morning to create a clear timeline, because you know the clock on the phone can be fairly accurate. This is the only timeline we're getting of what's happening between 4-ish a.m. through 6:30 a.m. is through phone records. And we're going to start getting into a lot of phone records to establish all of the time that you have to go through. For those asking, why can't the lawyer read them? Because that would all be hearsay. This is the party that texted it. She has to introduce her own statements. The defendant has a constitutional right to confront and cross-examine their witnesses. The witnesses have to be presented before the court. If the witnesses aren't there, what they said does not come in. That is the constitutional process here. Karen's statements can come in, but only Karen's statements. So this witness has to come in for her statements, which is the only way to give context to the whole thing. They have to text. So let's continue on. Hopefully that helps.
And Mr. Officer. Thank you.
So hopefully that helps, especially for our international crew that's like, what are they doing? Hopefully that gives some clarification of why the witnesses have to go through this. But Karen Reed
Following
texted
that,
in the
text
snow at
message, the last one
6:36.
about 6:34
He's
a.m.,
dead
what,
at
if any, other
6:34.
Communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
And then didn't
What, if
hear
any,
from
other
her again.
communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as
What communication did you have with the defendant after in the snow at 6:36 in the morning of January 28th? None. What about since then? None. None. Since the he's dead in the snow, no conversation between this witness and Karen Reed. That's very interesting.
any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kaylee, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
It's very interesting to me that there's been no
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right.
communication.
Cross-examination?
I don't know if they'll ask on cross. I'm curious. I don't know how much it's important. They probably know the answer.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right? All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Interesting. So Karen's phone was seized shortly after, and she didn't reach out to her. Why
Your next
she didn't
witness,
reach
Mr.
out
Lally?
to her, I'm very
Yes, Your Honor.
curious
The Commonwealth
about,
call Mr. Curt Roberts to the stand.
but we're not going to know. Remember the video we saw early on, and this is all this witness testimony is going to what happened that night. The testimony that we saw early on in this case with the victim's brother and sister-in-law is that Karen grabbed some things for John's house while the family was there with Kaylee and left with her father. And it seems that no one had communication maybe after that.
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury.
And I
in case
don't
now
know if
hearing
it's because the
truth, whole
phone was
truth, and nothing but
seized.
the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just nice and loud into that microphone. Thanks. Great.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
So this is witness Curt Roberts,
Good morning, sir.
Carrie Roberts' husband.
Could you please
Witness
state
eight.
your name and spell your last name? For me?
Curt Roberts, Roberts,
Today's going much
And,
faster.
where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long? have
Much
you lived in
faster.
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's
I wonder if Carrie's
executive
next.
assistant.
It'd be interesting if Carrie's
how long
next.
she's been doing
I think about 18 years.
And if I could,
I imagine Carrie Roberts' testimony is going to take
turn your attention to
half
evening
the
of
damn day,
January
if not
28th,
more.
2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me? I didn't,
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since sixth grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
I'm so
Yes.
upset he didn't say
How
the
would
two of
describe
you.
sort of your relationship with Mr.
So
Camerano?
upset.
We're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your two children?
Yes, he
We already
has,
know
I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John?
Fair.
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of it, like not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes,
And you had a
His
niece named
sister.
Haley, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to
Who's
his
breathing?
nephew,
The
Patrick,
judge.
how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as
And
the
sometimes the
activities,
witness.
Same-
baseball and stuff.
same baseball team. Yep.
So all three of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did. He did. He moved to
Sir, you gotta let him finish.
One Meadows.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. A lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to
I mean,
Memphis?
yes, we're all breathing. We're just not all breathing directly on the microphone.
Maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to
We've got about an hour till
someone by
lunch
the
in
name of
court.
Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Okay. Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Sir, it's
Nothing
not
is your
you.
fault, it's entirely my question.
Yep. That is the most self-aware thing Lolly said this whole trial. It's not you. It's entirely my question. Yep. Yep. Simple questions get simple answers.
So with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify.
Every witness is going to
article of clothing she's wearing.
identify the
See
defendant.
right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
Now, with regard to that particular evening on January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that conversation?
Yeah, can you tell us what they
They
texted you?
reached out. They were at McCarthy's,
What'd they say?
the bar in Canton Center. And they wanted me to come up. And I was sick. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming.
And
then he called me a pussy. And I, sorry.
that's what he called you.
I can't let that happen. So I had to go. So I had to go up there. And
So I had to go to the bar.
That called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Let the record reflect. Okay. You received that.
You can't just let that go, man. You can't just let that go.
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canton Center.
Yes.
And about how far a drive is that?
I
from
was
your house
sick.
to CF?
It's going to snow.
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
Disrespected me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about.
Look at Lolly with the sense of humor. Who knew he had it in him? So about what time did he send you the now infamous text? Look, there is a huge difference in the way these witnesses are testifying than other witnesses we've seen in this case. They're not backing away from what they said, what they did, how they had a chat. And it's just consistent. No, I don't remember what time. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, he called me this. No, I'm not going to let that stand. It's just very, very short and direct testimony. But who knew Lolly had a sense of humor about the text messages? Every now and then in trial, you need these little moments where the jury can have a little bit of a giggle because people are human. And I think it reminds the jury that really the people in this case are human, and what they went through that night are just them going out with friends. Just, I remember what I remember, but look at how clear and direct this testimony is with these witnesses vis-a-vis some of the other witnesses we've seen. They're just saying it like it is, aren't they?
20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you've described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano when you were there?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle or something else?
It was a bottle.
Lolly.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't
They
much
had
paying
bottles
attention to
of
that,
beer.
but
Let
that's
them
what
have
they normally
bottles of
would drink.
beer. Now, can we move on? Let him identify
with the,
himself in the video and move forward. I'm offended that they're not drinking Rolling Rock or Yingling. Do you guys get Yingling in Massachusetts? Only Pennsylvania? I don't know. It's been a really long time since I've
With
had
court's
beer.
permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to see if.
And chat before you ask, I'm allergic to like half the things in beer. So no beer for me. Hops, malt.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video.
Now he needs to identify himself in the video.
Push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds.
They're speeding up the video to when he gets there. For those just joining, this is the inside of the bar, CF McCarthy's that night. Sometimes we can see the timestamp on the bottom of the video. Sometimes we can't.
Now, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50.
Glass Onion, Yingling is not everywhere. You can't get it like west of the Mississippi.
So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of CF McCarthy's on January 20th?
Yes.
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were there?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
Yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
Unless he leaves at some point, do we need to play it? They've already played it. You needed to identify them, but I don't know if you need to do much more than just allow them to identify each other, allow them to identify the defendant, and then get to when they all leave. So that is all they really need to do.
The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
It's him.
So that was about the time that you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue it.
Let him ID him. That's me. Good. Zoom. I mean, Laura, we would have to hop state borders to go get kegs from UMass too on the weekend, depending on the day. Okay, y'all are at the bar. That's a bar.
Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano. Was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
You said you didn't know.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now, yes.
Okay. Who do you know him to be in relation to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. Then I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Sully.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined your group?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so, yes. It was after After I had already been there, I believe.
And,
You're on the
Ms.
video
Gilman,
and
if I
she's
could,
not,
from the
right?
Same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds.
I mean, I imagine there's a few people probably at the bar referred to as Sully, but Popcorn History said someone known only as Sully is the most mass cliche possible. Yep. You can hear them yelling, "Hey, Sully."
Now, as far as
In
Ms.
your
Reed,
brain.
you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as
Chad, I see you guys talking about
timing,
Monsters Inc.
how long was it that you stayed at C.F. McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other
Hi,
people?
George.
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped them by a round or something?
Sure. Yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr.
Okay.
Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
Hi, George.
And
All the cats are in here now.
about what time was it, again, that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock.
Didn't he just say he got
Took me
home
a
like
few
10,
minutes to
10,
get
15?
home. So
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But we walked out. Me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's all.
So you sort of exit, and
What?
then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here as Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point till about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
I don't know what that video blip was, but it was. Back to the video. For those of you asking, how is this not repetitive? The earlier witness testified somebody left abruptly. This is that witness that left abruptly.
And thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
And at that point, you see that this witness is already gone and others are there.
Correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left.
Because he wasn't there. I don't know why the feed is blipping. I imagine that's from the
During the
pool
time
cameras.
that you were at St. McCarthy's with this group, including
I don't think
yourself,
it's my
Mr. O'Keefe,
weather.
Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing,
I'm sighing at our
when you
weather
were there that night,
forecast for
did you
later today.
notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
He's like, no, I would have given him shit about it if I had.
When you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you
He
left,
didn't ask
where
the
did
other
you go?
witness that.
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you already said it, but about what time was it that
He
you
did
got
already say
But I
it.
think 10:15 would be my best guess.
home? When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was that?
Probably when I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming in, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed, around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making
Oh,
your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
It was a howler.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
At some point, the next morning on the 29th,
Like the microphones.
what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic on the. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far? You couldn't make out the words.
I couldn't make out no.
He's like, my wife was on the phone. I heard screaming. It woke me up. He was like, seriously, WTF.
To find out who was on the other end of the phone.
Yes,
That's
I did.
compound.
It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I see 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
There are phone logs with his wife and Karen Reed.
And as far
Ask him if
as,
he knows around what time it is and move
you
on.
wake up, you hear the screaming. What happened?
Yes.
My wife gets up.
What happened
She
then?
starts getting crazy, and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go
Frantic.
because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course, she goes,
So she doesn't listen to you, and she continues to get dressed and go.
yes.
And you
Lolly.
say the weather was pretty bad at that point. Can you expound upon that as far as what you
It
saw?
was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
She said, John's missing, and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
That's hearsay anyway. She'll testify, I'm
From
sure.
the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Just ask what color is it? Just ask. What color is the car?
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital, and she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And
Which is incredibly kind, knowing they're not going to drive in the weather.
That, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood,
Clear your driveway.
so she could Yes, because it was, yes.
I'm glad you anticipated your wife's needs,
Now,
sir.
when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot.
Drifts make sense with all that wind.
Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock? I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
AM.
8 a.m.
So you can just say 8 a.m. Is that AM or PM?
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
For y'all asking about the microphones are fairly sensitive because the microphones are feeding out to us, not necessarily in the courtroom.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I imagine this will be kind of short like the others have been. And then I imagine Carrie Roberts will be the next witness.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
What would
Now-
you have called him if you had seen him in a jacket? Just curious.
You noticed
Just a hunch
on
here.
the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yeah, so it was maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you.
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
You
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I don't.
what the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
It's a good question for them.
Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any of it.
All right.
Any.
It seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar. Okay.
So,
I mean, did he answer that question? Was that
But
even a
you
question, or was that
had
just
known
that a-
Karen, or at least
No.
known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two?
yes.
time is squishy?
During that time,
2020
there was
broke
some
it.
interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Both times?
Maybe. And she.
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's
He's
usually
like,
my
I
wife
don't
does that, so I
don't
can't
know.
tell you exactly what it was for.
It
No,
happens.
I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present
Honest.
when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
It's like, I don't know. Don't
And
handle it.
that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
For those of you that pointed out his wife as an executive assistant, yes, she gets no breaks.
And from
She's
your
scheduling everybody's everything.
observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection
Calls for
sustained. Ask it
speculation.
differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay.
I
Doris,
think,
feel free to stand up and stretch.
go ahead and stretch. I think he's arguing that it is calling for speculation, but I think he can probably ask that. Maybe no, maybe not. I'm going to zoom through this side bar, and then we will move forward. I have to turn on my weather alerts at some point, maybe during lunch.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you.
Let me ask that
From
better.
your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Ms. Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right,
Next
Mr. Roberts,
witness.
you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Not Carrie Roberts. I was following a pattern there, Lolly, and now we don't have a pattern anymore. And yes, court does not have very long until lunch.
And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you
This
work?
is witness number 20,
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
bartender at the
And
Waterfall.
how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically finish?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And
So not
what
late.
is the latest that, based on volume,
Like not late night.
people are sort of hanging around in the bar? When would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on? Kind of thing?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Tracy, it's my understanding that the Waterfall
Now,
does have
during
video
the shifts that you
from
work,
opening
about how many
statement.
people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the Waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
That's
And
not what I meant to do.
kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Do you sort of kind of, I don't know, maybe if we look at it, have entertainment? Lolly, does your bar have live entertainment? Yes. What days?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over, or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working
Love
at
live
the Waterfall in that capacity around or on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the Waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So
What?
in a condo sort of complex?
Yep.
And is
Wait,
there a
what?
parking lot associated with both the complex and with the Waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits,
Wait, what?
how many of those each are there?
4.
I think she said 4 entrances.
What is sort of the typical entrance that people would come in?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front, where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of
If there's video, can't you just play the video and have her identify, like, is that the layout of the bar? Like, just, is that the layout of the bar? That's it. That's just, if there's a video from the inside, just show her and say, is that the inside of the bar? That's all you need.
restaurant you serve food?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that a yes?
And is there sort of how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff is?
Why?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time.
Why?
It's downstairs.
Okay, they serve food.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you
do? You serve alcohol and mixed
I
drinks?
serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people?
If he makes her
who have
repeat the
sort of
menu, I'm going to
regular
scream. I see
customers
you
that
guys.
come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
Poor question. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it a
And
full
is there
bar?
sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that
There we go.
the Waterfall has, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a Restaurant Depot.
And is
Of
there
course you
like
don't know
a
what he's
certain
asking.
type of-
He doesn't know what he's asking.
Well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically be? What kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
This matters for the glass that was found at 34 Fairview. Because we know they were drinking beers at CF McCarthy's. We don't know what they were drinking at the Waterfall. We don't have that testimony yet.
January 28, 2022. Do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that
So they're
night?
trying to
There's
get
a band.
to the glass.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
Loud.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the Waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now,
And
with
Bueller.
respect to the Waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security
Hi,
or
George.
camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation
Do you want to say
the
hi?
bar?
You don't.
For the most
Don't
part,
wanna say
yes.
hi at all.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022,
No. I'm going to be covered in
have you
fur.
had occasion
George.
to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
You know, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes, put the video in evidence. Play the video.
At
Ask
this
her if
time,
it's
I
the
would seek
inside
to
of the.
introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the Waterfall.
So instead
Okay,
of
is there any
asking about all the
objection?
high
No
tops,
objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
just show her and say, "Is this the bar?" George, I am now
Thank
covered
you.
in fluff. George is camera shy, more camera shy than Fred. He wanted to sit on the lap, and we're like, we can't. Can I zoom? Oh, thank goodness.
And to publish just certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
All right, so this is going to be video from the Waterfall.
Now-
This is the bar the victim and the defendant went to
If I could
after
ask for
they were at
the first
CF
video
McCarthy's.
with, the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, this trailer, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
It's
Yes.
10:45.
And what are we looking at?
if the
Waterfall
time's
parking
accurate.
lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
So she says the date and time are accurate. Apparently nobody's contradicting it.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel.
Sometimes there's quite a fight over date and time on surveillance videos and the like, especially if the systems don't update on like daylight
So,
saving
Ms.
time and the
Travis,
like.
Before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mhm.
So basically, all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks. Okay.
Okay.
Is somebody else
so-
going to ask her,
Again,
Lolly?
what's up on the screen right now? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
With the
That's where the band
instruments.
was that night.
Yes.
And
Seeing the
high
microphones.
tops and low tops, if you could direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are
Did
the
you-
6 people ones.
did you need
the
to
2
ask-
people and then low tops.
So couldn't you just have just put this up and
as
asked
far
her
as
then?
the bar area was sort of where you would be situated
Mhm.
within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could, direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
So that's where the bar is. That's all.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down.
Whoever sigh that was, I concur in that sigh.
If you could, please go to the 6th video listed down for channel 3. And if you could pause there for a second.
This is 1:29 at 12:01 a.m.
Up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the Waterfall as well?
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29, 12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier about 10:30 p.m.?
This one's brighter.
And
are you telling people to GFO?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
She says, it's closing time. Gather all your... Oh, God, I'm going to forget the rest of it. Take yourself out into the world. You can't stay here. Something along those lines. But we see that high top closest to the bar.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to...
The timestamp is covering 2 people.
About 15 minutes and 45 seconds.
Which is tough. Oh, but the people move. That's helpful. So at 12:16, they're closed. They're like...
And Ms. Traers, from the
snows are coming.
Up there, about what time is this?
Finish your whiskey or beer. Thank you, Jack.
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point till about 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you, Potato Bodega. They're like, all right, everybody, get out. This is at 12:17 p.m. I wonder if that's the team leaving. It's probably her leaving.
The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that front door is.
Finally, we got a timeline.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct? Yes. Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16.
So the bartender witness that's on the stand leaves, takes the trash out at like 17:09, and the bar shuts down. She's probably not going to identify the people in the bar because I don't think she knows them. So that's going to be another witness. But she's validating those videos are from the bar, that's the bar, that's her at the bar, that's what the tables look like. And then somebody else is going to identify the people at the bar.
From that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before.
Maybe she does know them.
First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the Waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple of times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus.
And she
whatever.
said, I really don't know. I can't tell you.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the Waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tatiana
Ma'am,
said,
if
oh,
you
they think
want,
it's
just to that
Karen's
microphone,
glass.
You can move anywhere.
Yep.
So wherever is most comfortable. Thanks.
Pinky says this feels slow. Is it just
now-
me? It's the questioning. It's the
Were you
pacing of the
familiar
questioning.
with anybody, as far as a female party, that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the Waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Alwood, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the Waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody,
Somebody else will testify to
anybody
it.
else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you
Who, if
recognize
anyone?
or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Higgs, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one.
Take your time. We're going to fast forward.
Evening of January 28th. Do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the Waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the Waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is going to be a receipt for what was purchased.
Thank you. And just ask in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously you work at the Waterfall, you've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be
I don't know if there's going
receipts
to be
from
any
the Waterfall?
objection to
Yeah.
that.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry. Was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean,
And
everybody
with
else got to
respect
say
the
sure.
receipts that I placed before you,
Your Honor.
they have a date on them.
You're giving her a hard time about
Yes.
yeah?
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit.
It is always yes.
Okay.
No objection.
Never yeah.
Thank you.
Barbara L. in the chat asked, is it a mistrial if the jury falls asleep? Nope.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
But
Yes.
normally you would bring it to the court's attention if a juror falls asleep. And take a stretch break or a restroom break or something. They're looking at business
And Mr. Chair,
records.
just one last.
Business records exception. Business records exception for the
And Mr.
receipt.
Chair, just one last question. with regard to some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the Waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you need to
Nothing
clear that
further
up
on.
in this case.
All right, Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the Waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the Waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to?
I'm interested to see, as the defense is establishing her experience and length of experience as a bartender, if he is going to start asking about her perception of the level of inebriation of the defendant. Remember, there are driving under the influences charged here only for the defendant in court, y'all, to my knowledge. I don't know if there's others. That's a conversation for another day. We're in the middle of this trial. But I wonder if they are going to use the bartender's perception of Karen Reed's relative level of intoxication, because remember, there are DUIs charged here, OUIs, and the prosecution is trying to use a retrograde extrapolation, meaning they are trying to take blood from a later time and then work backwards to what her likely BAC would be at the time of driving later. So I think that we might see some of those questions here, given that he's starting to ask about her background.
Moving to the Waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the Waterfall?
Prior to the Waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family, correct? You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
Overruled means that's okay.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
She's familiar with them from coming into the bars.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names at the moment.
You know their wives by face?
Yeah, and then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a
Do you know Katie McLaughlin?
Between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Oh.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named...
That's why Caitlin's
Brian
going to be
Higgins
called.
there, correct?
Correct.
He is somebody that you recognized...
That answers that question.
Prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night.
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the Waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct. So, Ms. Giannetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Ms. Giannetti, it is exactly time for lunch. The judge just said, it's closing time. Gather up your notebooks and get the fuck out. This judge, the second it's lunch, is like, let's go. Though the jury does have lunch delivered, and she is very prompt about a 1 hour lunch. So the jury probably appreciates it. She's like, all right, great. You know Brian Higgins, you know his last name. Perfect. Go to lunch. Let's go.
Jurors will take lunch.
The jurors are probably ready. And the jurors do have.
As if you would fold and leave your notebooks.
The jurors do have lunch being delivered to the courtroom.
Taking your property with you. All right, jury out.
I don't know who she's looking at. All rise, jury out. Let's see if they put anything on the record before she gets out. But it is a prompt 1 hour lunch. Some jurisdictions take an hour and a half.
Goodbye.
But the jury has lunch being delivered in so they don't have to go out and get food, which is really helpful. Not all jurisdictions do that. So that's probably real helpful. The witness is leaving. Let's see if anything goes on the record.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Nope. Oh God, not back to the fan, not the fan, not the fan, not the fan, not the fan. The fan and the light? Is it better with the fan and the light? It is a bit better. It is a bit better with the fan and the light that it's not a close up on the fan. This isn't terrible. I'm not angry at this is a better option. Look, day 7. We have a better option. Thank you, camera operator. That is incredibly helpful. All right, I'm going to zoom to real time. I'm going to do a quick recap, answer as many questions as I can, and then I am going to say it's closing time because I have to get some lunch too. Hopefully you do too. Though if you're still looking for something to watch while you're taking your lunch, the Emily Show podcast will be premiering. This week I am covering the Sandoval responses. Ariana wants her case dismissed. Tom Sandoval turns around and blames Rachel. Are we surprised? And later we'll talk about my thoughts on whether last night's episode was a series finale or a season finale. Let's go ahead and do a quick recap. We are at the end of the morning session of day 7 of the Karen Read trial, and we have started getting into the civilian witnesses to lay the timeline for where the victim, the defendant Karen Read, and their friends were the night of January 28th before they headed to Brian Albert's home. And what we've seen so far is video footage from C.F. McCarthy's bar where the victim and defendant were with friends. And then we are just getting into testimony from the Waterfall where we know the victim and defendant went after and met up with a different group of friends. So we are starting to get into the timeline of what happened. We also heard testimony from how people were woken up early in the morning from Karen Read calling them, as they described, frantically looking for others, looking for the victim and asking where he is. We heard from, I'm going to pull this up to make sure I don't conflate our witnesses real quick. Let's see, because we've had a bunch of them this morning. We heard from Katherine Camerano. She is the wife of one of John O'Keefe's best friends. It seems the best friend and John O'Keefe spent their weekends together taking kids to sports and what have you, that she was texting with Karen Read, and Karen Read texted her at, let's see, 6:34 in the morning. He's dead. She responded with some questions, and Karen Read said that he was in the snow. That was at 6:36 a.m. the morning of January 29th, 2022. And she testified that was the last time she texted or spoke with Karen Read, that Karen Read did not reach out to her and that she did not reach out to Karen Reed after that time. Some interesting testimony this morning. We're just getting into the bartender testimony at the Waterfall, again, where the victim and defendant went afterwards. A lot of conversations about what kind of drinking glasses they use for non-alcoholic drinks, alcoholic drinks, what the defendant was drinking, what the victim was drinking. We've now entered into evidence, though it's not been published, a receipt from that evening. I think that what they are going to try to tie together is the glass that was recovered and put in evidence is from the Waterfall. We will see how they do that because they're not doing it with the bartender. They did not ask. And we didn't see all the video from the Waterfall. We are now in cross-examination talking about how the bartender knows Caitlin Albert, who was at the Waterfall that night with Brian Albert, maybe. No, with Brian Albert for sure, and with Brian Higgins. So what we know of the group that was at the Waterfall is Karen Reed, the victim officer, John O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Higgins. And that's where we leave the morning. Let's get to some of your questions. I know I'm not going to get to all of the questions that we have. Thank you all for them. I'm going to try to get to as many. Kel asked, serious question, how do all the sort ofs not compromise the integrity of the record? It frustrates me too. I don't know, because none of it's clear. The judge hasn't said anything. The jury's going to have to take the testimony as they find it, but the questions aren't evidence. The answers are evidence. And so the question being a sort of doesn't give a ton of context unless it results in a bad answer. So that's kind of the best I can do with that. I don't like it. It's not precise. Kelly B said, no hat or shoe, but we have his phone and are able to have text messages. Just hit me like, where was the phone? The paramedics talked about the phone. I don't know where the phone is. Paramedics didn't talk about recovering a phone. They talked about his clothes, but we don't know if the cell phone extraction is from the witness's phone or the victim's phone. That's not been made clear yet. Anna I said, I'm a bit behind, but I'm curious if the acquaintance EMT is able to be resequestered if the defense is going to call her back. I don't know what they would have told this witness when she was excused or if she is still under subpoena. I don't know what they advised that witness, but she might be called back. Heather said, you calling Lally Lolly reminds me of Schoolhouse Rock. Lolly, 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 get your adverbs here. I was going with lolly like lollygagged because sometimes these questions drag on and are asked in a slow fashion. But what we've also now seen at day 7 is the prosecutor's the only one questioning all the witnesses. Whoever else is at the prosecutor's table and whoever else is on the prosecution team so far is not questioning any of the witnesses. And that's a real interesting thing to me as well, because it seems that this prosecutor is really the lead and solo prosecutor handling the witness testimony on this case, which can lead to some of that slower questioning. You don't have the break to kind of reorient yourself that you see the defense attorneys have. They are working very effective between the two. Try Sarah Bottoms is asking this from earlier. Who collects evidence if there isn't a death, though? It should be Canton PD. So it should be Canton PD. It should be Canton PD. But I don't know. Miranda Renee said, I get that it's still early, but so far I haven't seen anything that would make me want to convict. Just me. Miranda, I don't think so. I mean, the defendant has a presumption of innocence. It is the prosecution's job to get from presumed innocent and then to move the jury to beyond a reasonable doubt. And so the ball starts at presumed innocent, right? So the prosecution has to move that ball to beyond a reasonable doubt. Ask yourselves if the prosecution has done that for you. Do we know how the victim was hit yet? No. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Do we know when? No. There's a lot of things we still don't know. Trisha asked, what is retrograde extrapolation? Remember this moment when you didn't know what this was? Because I imagine we're going to hear quite a lot about it. Retrograde extrapolation, I'm going to try to keep this superficial because we're going to hear more about this, is the process of trying to reverse engineer, if you will, how much a blood alcohol content might have been at an earlier point in time. So if they take the defendant's blood at some point, which I believe that they do because they've argued about this, I believe it's at the hospital during the Section 12. So if they take the defendant's blood and are trying to figure out what the BAC would have been 12 hours earlier, that is the retrograde extrapolation. It is not neat and clean like you can say, oh, it necessarily would have been this. There's a lot of kind of controversy in reverse engineering what that blood alcohol content is and how that's preserved. There's going to be a lot of fights about it with the experts. We haven't gotten into the expert battles yet. We're going to get into the expert battles at some point. We're not there yet. All right. Can someone who has been sectioned, you can't have your phone. Cindy Y is talking about the fact that Karen Reed was Section 12 and wouldn't have her phone on her. I don't know at what time they take her phone. I don't know at what point in time Karen Reed is arrested. So I'm not sure if there would have been time for these parties to have a conversation between the Section 12, because Karen Reed goes back at some point that same morning on the 29th. Karen Reed goes back to John O'Keefe's home, collects possessions, and leaves with her father. I don't know when her cell phone was given back to her, because that morning she went to the home and then left. And I don't know if they would have taken her phone at that time if they didn't think that they had probable cause to go into the house and search the house. I don't see where they would have had probable cause at that point to take Karen Reed's cell phone. So we're going to have to see. We're not there yet in the testimony, but it's interesting to me that after she left, people weren't calling her. People weren't trying to talk to her. That there was no communication there. We'll see. Cato said she was arrested very soon after hospital, so I'm sure her lawyers told her not to talk to anyone. She can't have been arrested that soon after the hospital because she went back to John O'Keefe's home, grabbed her stuff with her dad, and left. So it couldn't have been soon. At some point, yes, but it couldn't have been soon. I'm going to try to get to just a few more questions. Deb Jackson Smith said yesterday Jen McCabe was in the chat on the Long Crime site. Can she do this? Do we know it's Jen McCabe and not someone just using that as a screen name to troll in the chat? Because that would be my first question. Like, my first question would be, is it somebody trolling in the chat? But I'm sure the defense has been made aware of it. Donna Shepard said, do you think the jury is going to get past the mishandling of evidence? I don't know. It's not good. It leaves a lot of questions. And where there are questions, I don't know how you get. And in Massachusetts, remember, they say beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. How do you get to that if you have questions about the evidence? Megan said, sorry, I'm not getting it. What exactly is the jury to consider? Like, what's the bar for a guilty verdict? We're not there yet. But Megan, we're not there yet. They're to consider all of the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we have not gotten into the elements of the crime. And maybe I'll pull those jury instructions and we'll get into the elements of the different crimes at another time, if that would be helpful. Chat, let me know. So Tracy did point out in the chat, people troll chats all the time using the names of people involved in trials. Yes, it is not uncommon. It happens across social media platforms. I don't love it, but it does happen. So I'm not going to comment on that because I don't imagine that a witness in this case would do that. And if they do, I imagine it will come to the court's attention. So Andrew said, shouldn't Karen be allowed to hear the sidebars? Generally, no. The lawyers can inform her what the sidebars were and what happened. So that. Miranda said, why would a court choose to live stream a case versus not? Miranda, this really is a much longer answer, I think, for me. But we're seeing that fight in Idaho over the court giving access. Courts need to be open to the public, a fair and public trial. We're going to talk about that next week as we're going to talk about what's going on in Idaho. I think that because technology has made it so accessible, a fair and public trial includes trial being accessible to everyone who's interested. You saw the size of this courtroom for Karen Reed. There is not room for the public to access this trial. There is room for the defendant's family, the victim's family, and a handful of selected reporters. The public can't just walk into this trial. Some courts will set up another room with a screen for viewing, but there's not room for this entire community to view this trial, and I think they have the right to. This is a community torn apart by this case. They have a right to see how it was handled, how the witnesses answer questions, and know what happened. But some courts get nervous about the interceding of the internet, which we have seen in case after case. We have seen witnesses be harassed. We have seen people be doxxed. Then again, we've seen lawyers dox themselves. We have seen people contacting the court directly, trying to intercede in a case. We saw that a ton in Murdaugh with everybody up in Courthouse Becky's emails. The interceding of the internet is something courts worry about with the safety of the parties involved, with the witnesses involved, with fuckery being afoot. We've had threats called into the Brooks court, the Murdaugh court. We had witnesses harassed. I mean, one of them harassed off the internet. Dr. Curry talked about being harassed off the internet after testifying in Depp v. Heard. It is a lot. I am very much in favor of public access to proceedings. Imagine if this trial wasn't streamed. How would you ever really get to the facts of the thing? Because a lot of the people that are local and interested in watching this case either have a clear perspective on the case going in, or you've got media that maybe has clear perspective one way or the other, or who the public's like, well, I don't know if I take it the same way you do. Isn't it easier to understand the outcome of a case when it's not filtered through someone else's eyes, not filtered through someone else's lens? You can see the witnesses. You can agree or disagree with me because you can see the witnesses yourself. But if you only had me or anyone else retelling it, it is still filtered through my lens. I do my best to keep that lens neutral, but it is still filtered through how I've taken something, how I've judged someone's demeanor. You should get to judge it for yourself. I try to help explain the process so you can judge the witnesses yourself, so you can experience the case yourself. And you can watch it on another stream with no commentary or this one. You can have a conversation about it. It's very hard to understand what happened in the case just from someone else reporting it. And that's why I think it's really important. For Maria said, I think it was Dr. Henry, not Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry gave an interview with Lex Friedman talking about the harassment received after her testimony in the Depp v. Heard case. So if you have not seen her interview with Lex Friedman, it was very interesting. So I think that we are at a point where no matter what kind of trial we're talking about, but trials of high public interest and trials particularly that are very divisive, where people have a particular viewpoint going into them, how does anyone ever feel resolved if they don't get to see it themselves? And especially in a time where not everyone trusts the way the media reports things. And some people aren't going to believe how the media reports it if they don't see it for themselves at this point. I was not one of those people until I saw the reporting from the Depp v. Heard case and how it substantially varied from what I was watching in court every day. I wasn't. I was like, I mean, okay, but who said that? Do we have multiple sources? I was not nearly as skeptical as I am now, but I watched it in real time. And my general response to it was, well, fuck. Who do we go to for neutral reporting on things? I'm sure there are neutral reporters on this case. I have not looked for reporting outside of this case. There are accounts on the former Bird app that I will follow that literally give a play-by-play of what's happening in court. I like those accounts very much, but we don't see a ton of that in legacy media. We saw some of it with Murdaugh. We saw some really just neutral testimony of this witness got called to the stand. They said this, the question was this, but we don't see as much of that. We see a lot more editorializing as opposed to play-by-play. I think the play-by-play is really important. And then if you want to find the editorial, you can. But I think the editorial without the play-by-play is skewed. No matter which way it's skewed because it's editorial. It's not just the facts. And finding just the facts is really important in a case. Because as I'm sitting here watching this, I'm like, I mean, we got a lot of questions here. I have a lot of questions. You have a lot of questions. And we're not going to get answers on those questions unless we can see the witnesses themselves. So I hope we get to a point where the internet does not intercede in cases in a way that causes courts to double down in their belief. And maybe it is John Judge's response. You know what? I'll handle the cameras. We'll just do the cameras ourselves. I think the cameras here have been wonderfully respectful. Yes, sometimes they zoom over to the defendant, but then they zoom back to the speaker. They haven't shown the kids in the videos of the Ring camera. They seemed to realize immediately that phone numbers are on the screen and panned back away just to the witness and didn't show them again. Those were decisions that they made, and I appreciate it. So when we have responsible pool cameras, I think we continue to get access to courts, and I think it's a really, really needed thing, because you can decide for yourself, and you should. And if you disagree on my takes, that's fine. You should. I really hope to explain the law as I see it, make the calls as I see them, question the questions as I see them, question the witnesses as I see it. Go, oh, that's weird. But I also try to wait to connect the dots. Steve Jobs said ages ago, you can't connect the dots looking forward, only looking backward. And so we've got to get a few more witnesses down the line to start to look back and piece things together. Again, the defense showed us the picture on the front of the puzzle box and told us what pieces they would be putting in the box, or that would be in the box for the jury to put together. I feel still like the prosecution took handfuls of puzzle pieces in the same color and hurled them at the jury in their opening statement and said, figure it out for yourself. I don't feel like they gave us a picture on the front of the box. They talked about what some of the pieces are supposed to be, but they never showed the overview. And it makes it really hard to put puzzle pieces together when you don't have an overview for what the thing is. It's very frustrating. I was hoping for an overview. But we'll see. Now we are getting very much into what happened that night and how the victim moved through the evening, from going out with his friend to CF McCarthy's, seeing other friends there, to going to the Waterfall, running into other friends there, and then going on with Karen Reed from the Waterfall to Brian Albert's house. And with that, y'all, I'm going to get some lunch. We've got about a half an hour. I don't think that's enough time for the podcast. But Miguelina, go ahead, and if you will let the podcast roll, we'll get that started. So if you guys want to go watch the podcast, I think that's about 40 minutes. Maybe I'll just delay my start to like 1:10 so the podcast can finish if you want to watch that while you eat lunch. And then I will resume. It'll give us some time if we need to zoom in court this afternoon, because you know we will. And with that, y'all, you can hop over to that will come up in a premiere so you guys can chat. I'll be back after lunch. I'm going to set the stream for like 1:10, and I will see you back in court this afternoon. Thanks for making this the best place to watch live trials. Thanks for getting the Law Nerd app. I've got some more stuff to talk to you about this afternoon, but I will see you then. Bye. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday, for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.